boy. As of right now, I don't think Cities has gotten the final update. I've been following Paradox and City Skylines on Twitter very closely. Just interested to see the final send off. They kind of hinted to a few new in game items like new parks and maybe unique buildings and stuff like that. So I don't know if it's going to be like all a DLC. I don't know if it's all going to be free. I don't know if it's going to be like a final expansion. I don't know if it's going to be just an update with some items in there. I have no idea. But so that's kind of where we are now. I am planning on playing more remastered at some point soon. Probably once I finish this DLC, because I still haven't done that, and that's kind of what we've been doing here in City Skylines. So this is the PS4 edition, and we still got some more maps to go. So today we're gonna jump into a brand new map called River Delta. We're gonna start all over. So get ready for like an hour plus of just planning bullshit. We're just gonna plan it out and start constructing. That's the fun part of the game, really. That's the fun part. So you can see this map. First of all, I feel like it's a lot larger than it seems. Like when you see it from above, it might not seem like the largest, craziest map, but it's got all these winding rivers and kind of reminds me of like a salamander or a gecko, or I don't know what the hell I'm seeing. All kinds of different shapes. I had some cool ideas with this build though, and we'll see if they can come to fruition. That would be nice. We checked last time on all this stuff, but I just wanted to remind everybody that there is a lot of oil in the water up here, so maybe I'll try to access that. At least maybe get like an offshore drilling site or something. But other than that, I don't really want to focus on industrial stuff. I had some cool ideas with like a major downtown city all around this nonsense right here. So you can see my highway kind of does an interesting thing as well, where it like comes down here. And I was thinking maybe we could put an airport out here, but this does not look like it's enough space for like a custom airport. So maybe I'll just have to do like a default placement airport. And then there's some stuff up here. There's like land up here with a railroad connection and another highway connection. So I have to bring this down here. So yeah, there's like two highways. I guess I could do a connection at the bottom. That would make more sense other than connecting this here. I could have this one connecting up here and this connecting to the bottom of this middle island part where I want my major city. I think maybe that's what I'll do. But I had some other cool ideas where I want to turn these all into canals or something and get like a ferry system all around the map. So that's kind of my idea. We'll see if it works. We will see if it works. I'm gonna shut up and start building. I'm gonna shut the hell up, Underdog. So I do think I need to turn this down. I don't think I really have a choice of where else to put this. I don't know what else you would do with this. Ooh, it's snapping. Oh, it's snapping for me. Could be a good thing. Just gotta make sure all the lanes are facing in the right direction. I mean, maybe I could put an airport up here. This might be enough space for an airport. But I have this extra square on the side, and it's like I don't really know what to do with it. And I haven't done like an airport on a map in a little bit, so I wanted to do that, but we'll see. We will see. This has to get raised up. You raise me up so I can build a city. How many people unfollowed me for that? That's the real question. You said you were never going to sing on stream again. Yeah, well, I also said I was never going to play City Skylines, and, well, we got a remaster and a sequel coming, so... Shut up. Shut the freaking A. I don't know if I should have these connect. Because they already connect up there, like, off the map, right? There's already an interchange up there. Why would these need to connect? Maybe, like, one ramp or something? Or, like, kind of like a bridge here, maybe? Maybe a 2-lane thing? Because we have the optional 2 lanes. Maybe do something like that so it's not, like, a major connection. You know, something like this. Just like one bridge across, connecting. Because I gotta figure out, like, what we're really doing here. What are we actually doing? What am I doing with my life? Also, quickly, before we get deep into the stream, I just quickly wanted to say there's currently a snowstorm going on here, so if the stream cuts out or something, just know that I'm buried alive under like 3 feet of snow. So just keep that in the back of your mind. I just wanted to mention it really quick. I don't want to focus on something I can't control. It's out of my control. I cannot control the weather, believe it or not. It's not one of my special powers. I am not Storm from the X-Men. But yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad here. It is, we've already gotten like 2 feet, and it's gonna go till tomorrow morning. So, that's fun. I don't know if I need an interchange here, or what. Or we should just have a weird ramp connection? I don't know. Because I feel like I might need a way off on the north part, but really the focus is down here. And it's like, don't you want to bring... It's like, I want to bring all my traffic down here, but we have this highway. You know what I mean? And I feel like if I do something like this, like have a ramp come off like here, and then have like a connection, that will be okay. So if the highway ends here, I think that'll also be alright. So I might just end this highway like either with a roundabout or something. Is that going the right direction? I feel like I made that a 2-lane and I need a 1-way. I need a 2-lane 1-way. There we go. That's what I need. Alright, so that needs to connect to the other one there. This may not be the way to do it. Like, I may need some other type of connection. I don't know. I'll have to figure this out. It's like, I gotta figure it out now, though, right? Since I'm doing it now. I could do something like this. And just have it end. I might do that. Something like this. If I can space this correctly. which is, I feel like, gonna be a little bit hard to do, because it's a different type of highway. Okay, if I could line this up perfectly, let me connect this to the ground. On. Okay, now let's try this. Corey in the house. How is your hotel renovator game? Do you like it better than House Flipper Dipper? Or are you not into the flipping and the dipping too much? Thank you for the shout out to Corey. And thank you for the raid, obviously. We just started on a new map, so you haven't missed much. Why am I using the wrong highway? There are definitely some quality of life things that make it better than House Flipper. Well, that's always nice. Because it's a newer game, right? I think it just came out. I know I heard somebody else talking about it. So it must have just came out. I mean, you were playing it, so. House Flipper might have more content, but they have been out longer. It's pretty good, though. Okay. Okay. This looks horrible. What is going on? Bro, I just curved. Why are you giving me a hard time? We just started on the map, so literally nothing has been built. I'm just trying to figure out where I need to connect my highways. There's bugs and stuff, but the devs were quick with a patch. Oh, that's always nice. It's always nice to have like a quick response, because I know a lot of developers will just like, the game's out, have fun, and then they just leave it. They just kind of leave it there. Game's out, job's done. We shipped it. What else do you need us to do? What the heck? Why are my highways acting so dumb today? That is still not the same level, is it? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna scream. I don't want to spend like 20 hours on a highway though. Not what I want to be doing. So this could probably stay over, right? This has to go like so. But I don't think it's gonna let me cross at an angle like that. Huh? Maybe it will. You just had to believe in herself, chat. Yeah, for anyone that's not following Corey, please do so. He sometimes streams simulation and micromanagement games like I do, so if you're into the stuff that I'm into, definitely go check her out. She plays she's been playing Hotel Renovator and House Flipper and I guess, well, Planet Zoo, but I haven't seen her play Planet Zoo in a little bit. Okay, so this is probably going to be the end of the highway, which means we need a large road with trees in the middle. We're going to cut this one at an angle. We're going to do something weird. Something weird and cool. Like so. And then this can go across there or something. We can have an alternate bridge. Is my snapping on? Yes, it is. Alright, so we're gonna have a cross road here. And then we're gonna go down that way. And then we're gonna go down, outside or inside? Or middle? Well, I want to do my canals. And the only way to do a canal is to do it now. So we're gonna click here. We're gonna cut the whole planet in half. Moses parted the Red Sea and Underdog just cut the map in half. How about that? This will allow boats to travel. We might need to fast forward to get that to work. So the cool thing about canals in City Skylines is it automatically puts a boat path there. You can see the yellow line. That's for boats. So if we build ferries later on, we could literally just snap the ferry line to that, and the ferries will go through there, and I don't have to worry about it. You can also click these little pier stops like that, and it'll work. And you can have your boat stop like right in the middle. It's really nice. It's one of those things we don't do a lot, but I really like doing it, so we're going to do it on this map. Sometimes it looks a little bit awkward, like especially around the edges. Like this, you see what I mean? But there's not much I can really do. I can try to smooth it out, but even if I smooth it out, it's not going to look perfect. This is one of those things I hope they worked on in Skylines too. Because it's like, it's just... I understand why it's doing what it's doing, but I would hope it doesn't. The ferries look cool. Yeah, we're gonna get ferries going. I might actually keep this stop on here, because it is a good idea. I'll just put it there and remind myself later to use it. So the other thing I need to do is to pick this road and try to bridge over it. Like, perfectly. We could keep it up for like a block too, so that way I can get other roads underneath. I'm okay with that. Keep it up a block, and then go down. So that'll be my major road in the middle. And then this connects here. And then this one will like curve this way. And like this, all of this in the middle here where there's these kind of inlets of water, this is where the center of my city is going to be, all around this. So, another bridge probably somewhere like here. Not too close to the edge because I'm going to have like boats and stuff. So just a little bit inland like that. And then connect there. And then this one kind of looks awkward, so we might curve it. This is what 1,200 hours looks like in City Skylines, by the way, for planning. I spend like an hour just planning my major roads and highways. Kind of what I do. There's a story mode in Hotel Renovator? That's kind of a cool idea. Well, I know House Flipper has, like, challenges, right? But is that the same thing as story mode? Is it kind of the same thing where it's like, hey, go here and build this? Does it just kind of give you, like, a guide of, like, what to build and renovate and flip and stuff? House Flipper doesn't have story mode. Okay. Just has jobs to go out, like, yeah, jobs to go out on. Yeah, that to me is kind of like what I would call a challenge mode, which in these games is like a more structured thing. Like, this game does have scenarios, but I'm not a big fan of scenarios. Because I like to build, you know, what I like to build. Hey, DB, what's up, buddy? Darkbond, how are you doing? Like, how are you doing? And let me know how you're feeling. Because I want to make sure that Darkbond is doing the best that he can be doing. Why does that automatically, like, snap down like that, bro? How am I? Besides being buried in snow currently, I'm fine. Like, physically and mentally, I'm doing fine. But I feel like my plow bill this year, not gonna be great. I don't know if I mentioned it last time on stream, but I had the most awkward conversation with my plow guy, like, last week or something. We got, like, a foot of snow, and so the way I pay the plow guy is I, like, send him a check in the mail. He, like, lives in the same town as me, but I send him a check in the mail, so that way I don't have to, like, worry about it or anything, right? So, I sent him a check in the mail, and, like, 2 days later, it snowed, like, a foot. So, he came here and he plowed my driveway, and then he knocked on my door, and I'm like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, oh, I just wanted to check and make sure you didn't move. I was like, what? I feel like I probably would have, I don't know, wrote a letter or something telling you that I moved. Why would I send you a check if I moved? Like, what? I'm fine? Huh? It's like, just making sure you still live here. I was like, I can't afford to move. Like, I can't. No, I have I haven't paid off my house. I'm not really sure legally I can move. The bank still owns, like, half of my property. I don't know. I don't know if moving would be a great idea right now. Had he already... Yeah, he, like, plowed my driveway and then knocked on my door and was like, just wanted to make sure you still lived here. I was like, did you not... I thought he was asking... I was like, did you not get the check? Because I thought, like, the check, he didn't get it, or, like, maybe it didn't arrive, or maybe it got delivered to the wrong place, or maybe I wrote down the address wrong, but he was like, yeah, no, I got it. So I was, like, very confused. I was like, huh? I pay him after, though, so I don't know. Like, he plows, and then I send him, like, a check at the end of the week. I just thought it was a weird, like, situation. Is it like an annual? No, it's per plow. So he plows, and then I pay him, like, at the end of the week. Per plow. It's like $15 per plow. Which sounds like a lot, but realistically, that's about what they charge anyway. If I paid the city to do it, it would probably be about 30. Like, there is an option to have the city plow you out. Like, with the big machines and stuff that do, like, the highways. And I'm like, nah, I can't afford that. You can hire someone for the season. Yeah, it would work that way, but we don't really get that much snow sometimes. Like, we didn't get snow until this month, pretty much. Like, all of November, December, we got, like, barely any snow. Like, at all, whatsoever. Okay, so that's probably how I'm gonna connect everything. I might turn this into a roundabout here. But I can't worry about that. We gotta start at the top of the map. Darkbond says, more boats, please. We will do boats. We are gonna do boats. That is the plan. To do boats. And not just any boats, but we're gonna do little ferry boats that are for people within the city. What's the turnaround? Like, the snows, are they the same? What are you saying? I don't know what you're asking, Darkbond. Does it snow in the same day? What? It's snowing all day long. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, Darkbond. If they come the day it snows... If they don't come the day it snows, I can't get out. I live in the middle of the woods, Darkbond. Like, if it snows more than 8 inches, I cannot drive through it with my car. So I am stuck here, and I will die. Like, it's not like an optional thing. I have to get plowed out, or else I'm stuck in a house for like a week. Imagine living in the middle of Australia. That's kind of where I live. I live in the middle of, like, nowhere. Where all the kangaroos are. Except instead of kangaroos, we have, like, homeless people. There's the Kiwi translation. So Darkbond can understand what the hell is going on. I don't think we can do wind on this map. Doesn't look like it. Power is gonna have to come. This is a tropical map. Maybe we can do solar. We can do a solar farm up here. Maybe that's what this part is gonna be. I'll get another bridge. I just hope I don't have to redo these bridges for the ferry. I just hope we can do them once and not have to worry about it. I don't really want to rebuild everything today. Alright, let's go. Gonna get a road in between. Just for more utility usage. Alright, Doc Bond. Hello, Doc Bond. How you going? See, I speak Australian. Dark Bond, you didn't know this. I actually speak a little bit of, I don't know if it's Kiwi or Kangaroo. I feel like it's more Australian than New Zealand. I know more people from Australia than from New Zealand. But I know how you going. I learned that from one of my friends. Over there. How you going? Which translates to how are you doing? And how's your day going? It's both combined. See, I think this is cool that there's like a farm of trees here, but it's like I think I have to cut some of those down for power. Get my power line going. This part's gonna be tough because I think this looks ugly when you do it, and I also think it's like a necessary thing to do. To have a power line above the water like this. Luckily, I don't think we'll notice it too much if it's right next to the bridge. So that's gonna hopefully bring power into my city. And then we're gonna turn the radio on. And do our small roads up here. Or at least do a few of them. Because I'm still thinking of connecting up here, so I have to just think about that as we go on. Okay. Secondary roads. Yeah, see, that's why I did this, so we could have roads along the edge. Like so. But I can't really snap a bridge from that height, so I feel like I might need a secondary bridge too. Because all the traffic going on that one road is not going to be good in the end of things. You don't have to overcomplicate it. This could actually even get upgraded to this, like, 4-lane, just so we have more availability for cars to go across. I'm okay with that. Same thing for this road, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. We're just gonna do it and hope it all works. Go at a cool angle here. Kind of want actually to go like this and have those roads connect. No? Yeah, if we could like mail snow to Darkbond, that would be pretty impressive. There's gotta be a technology to do that, man. We send refrigerated goods across the world all the time. Send some snow. Just frozen water. Like you could ship ice, just send him a whole iceberg. Send Darkbond an entire iceberg. So he can live with the penguins. I want a ferry connection here, and then I don't know, I was really considering doing like another cut or another canal somewhere. Like, maybe here? Like this? Would that be terrible? I just think it'll look cool to have more, like, I don't think I've done a city with a lot of canals since we rebuilt Amsterdam. Like, there's pluses and negatives about doing canals in your city. The good part is, visually it's appealing. And you get those, like, ferry connections. The bad part is moments like this where it's a little bit awkward. And then it's like it forces you to get a bridge. Also, I don't think you can build anything underneath. Like, I can't tunnel under a canal. I'm pretty sure that I cannot do that. Like, if I want to build a tunnel here, I think I can do it, but it has to go so deep that it's not really worth doing. You know what I mean? It's like 3 levels down. You might not be able to tell, but there's different height settings for the roads. Like, you could build a road of this tall, which nobody's ever done. Why would you do that? That's crazy. I hope this is still a thing in cities, too. Because that is a thing I never do. I never build, like, roads, like, 5 levels down. It's like, why would I do that? I'm gonna try to fix this part a little bit. Whoop. There we go. This so it looks a little bit cleaner here. I might do a ferry stop at all of them. Is this flooding? Yes, it is. Okay. That's alright. Let that flood out. That happens. Hopefully we can solve that, because I just saved over it. Now I gotta figure out how the hell to get power across here. Plaza's probably the best way to do it. Like, the ferry connection is the only thing I absolutely know that we're keeping. Like, I know that we're using it. Just need to set up the line and power all the stops, and then we'll be able to let it go. A little bit worried about the depth here, because I think it does need to be at a certain depth. And I know that the ferries like certain curves, so I don't know if this curve is going to be great for the ferries, but we're going to have to test this out before we confirm anything. But this is like, you get the idea. This is the idea. And probably have one like on this side somewhere, like maybe here or up here might work. And yeah, I don't know if it needs to like connect to the other parts of the map, as long as it's around the middle here. That's really important. Boats, boats, boats. These are different types of boats, though, Darkon. Before you saw the harbor boats, these are going to be much smaller. They're just for the... They're like buses on water. That's what a boat is, I think. Alright, residential? Probably over here, right? That's where all the things are going to be connected. Darkbond, pick a 1, 2, 3. Darkbond, pick a number between, or pick a letter, I guess. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, or D, Darkbond? You think about that. And then we'll make this section right here my residential. We'll fill in and we'll start putting actual buildings on this map. Or if anybody else wants to have some input into the hospital, because that's usually the first thing we put down is the hospital stuff. If any of these hospitals seem interesting to you, let me know. You've got this first one, which is kind of Japanese inspired. We've got this one, which is like curvy and modern. We got this one, which is square and boring, and then we got this one, which is big and I think this one has a subway connection, but I don't think we're doing below ground subways today. We might do above ground subways, which would be really cool if I could get an above ground subway, like to go over the water. I think that'd be really cool. That's something I might do. Like have a elevated metro thing going on here. like this. I have to flatten out the. I have to straighten out the road for this to work, but. Like, for example. Yeah. That's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. Or I'll just pick. Nobody cares. If nobody cares what the hospital we're using, I'll probably just pick in a little bit. So yeah, let's try to make this a little bit straight, and then we'll redo it. I'm using the 6 lanes with trees in the middle. Go there. And then turn it. I see that'll be better. That'll be better for connections. I'm choosing the big one because it's a large map, and I think we're gonna have a lot of people in here. I'm gonna choose this one. The high capacity hospital, which has a patient capacity of 800 people. We're gonna snap it like right in the middle. Like right here somewhere. Once I get another road, I think it'll be perfect. Oop, come on. It's gonna snap for me? Close enough. I have to remember if we are doing this that I need to leave a lot of space between things. Because I do want to do this above ground metro. I think that'll be super cool. I know I have these other stations, like I know I have the modded ones. I thought I had one for Metro, right? But these are like parallels, or I mean counter parallel. I need the parallel, not the counters. These are cool though. Like if I put it here, it would be really cool. Like, wait, I guess up here? Like, I like this. This is cool. I don't... Is that better than the other one, though? This has a double. I'm not really sure how well the doubles work in the game. What does this one look like again? Yeah, this one's really boring. I feel like this double at least looks cooler. Gotta go with what's ever more visually appealing. Like, I want to snap it next to the... You know what I mean? I want to snap it next to the road, but then I need buildings like here, so I can't exactly. Like, it has to kind of have to do some things I don't exactly want to do to make it look and work better. It needs to be functional. Yeah, so this being a double means I could get another track, but I've always had trouble snapping off of this thing. Like, because it really only tracks to the middle. You know, like, it only snaps to the middle. Like, I can kind of do this, but then that looks bad to me. You see what I'm saying? So, we'll keep the station, but I'm not super happy about it. Ooh, look at that. That kind of worked. Yeah, I don't know if I want to snap here or what, because I think I need to like space out stops. For the metro. I don't want like a million metro stops next to each other, because that's never usually how it is. As far as my experience with subways. And trust me, I've ridden on plenty of them, so I know what I'm talking about. Did Darkbong get a shout out? Now he did. Now you did. Neo 2? Did you finish Dino Crisis? How long is Dino Crisis? I don't remember. I haven't played it in 20 years. The other thing I have to remember when doing a build like this is the metro is for the main roads, and putting a metro station, even a modded one, in the residential district is a dangerous thing. Like, people will be pissed off. People will be angry with me if we have a subway station in the middle of where they're living. So I kind of have to try and avoid that. Although I feel like I need to stop around here somewhere. So. Elevated metro station. It either needs to be on this side, like here, or it needs to be here. Kind of in the middle of everything. Yeah, this cuts a lot of my space off. That's why I'm not a huge fan of always doing this. Like, that's a lot of missed opportunity for cool stuff in the middle, but it is a residential district, so not like I would have unique buildings here, really. Did we get a shout out to Geekette? Let's do that too. Because she hates it when you do that, so. Maybe just to tease my friend there a little bit. You get a shout out. You get a shout out. Everybody gets a shout out. Am I snapping like reset? I have to. Might have. I was doing the. In the metro. Whoop. Hey. Hey now. We got it. Oh, that was a 4-lane, wasn't it? Yes, for the bridge purpose. This probably could be too, because it's like right in the middle. I gotta be messing around with more of these 4-lane options. This is something that I just need to get used to doing more of. Like, where is all the traffic going to go, you know? And usually in this game, traffic chooses the shortest route, so it'll stick to main roads 9 out of 10 times. Right, so this whole corner here on the left side, this is all gonna be the dark green residential. Not sure how I feel about that, but well, we can always figure out these empty spots later. I mean, like I always say, I'm just kind of throwing roads down for an idea of like what I want it to look like, and then later we think about unique buildings and stuff, and then we can change the roads based on that kind of stuff. But like for this whole district, there's not going to be any of that, so I don't really have to worry too much. I think a parallel here. Road there. Road here. Then a curve. Boop, boop, boop. That looks okay. That looks okay. Now, to get power all the way down there. This is the fun part of the game. Because I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do this and make it look good. I guess I could try to do... Oh boy. Like that, maybe? This is gonna be rough, dude. Like, I need something right here. Maybe a utility could do it for me. Is that on the wrong side? Eh. So each one of these puts out 160 megawatts, right? And it's always going to be sunny. So how many? I have like 4. I hope it's enough to power my city. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to need more though. Alright, let's see. We are gonna do power, water, smoke. We did recycling last time, but I don't really see a reason not to, right? Parks and education. We do this in every like major residential, because why would you not? We did recreational use last time. Free public transport. So we're playing sandbox, and I guess money doesn't matter to me. This just increases the use of it. It doesn't give me like a happiness boost. Have I ever actually done this one? I don't know if I've ever actually used this policy before. Because it's like, if it doesn't increase happiness, why the fuck would I do it? What's the point? I wonder if these policies will be different in cities too. I wonder if cities too will even have policies. That'll be interesting to see. Because like, why wouldn't they? But also, some of these aren't great. Like, there's some that are so specific to like a one-time situation. Like, half of these here, I barely ever use because it's like so random. What's boost connections? That affects boats and trains. It doesn't say metros though. Trains and metros are different things. Game. 2 different things here. Let's do high-tech housing. Now let's start painting. We're zoning, chat. It only took me an hour. I told you it would take me an hour to get to this point. You didn't believe me. You were like, it won't take you that long. Yes, it always does. They always do planning. We're not even done planning. For this section, we are. But so the only other thing I want to add here is elementary school. I thought there was a better one. Isn't there an upgraded one besides this? Yeah, I. And the capacity by default is 800, which is a lot, which makes me feel like I don't really need to boost any of this stuff. But I'm gonna boost power, just because I'm worried about power on this map. Let's do 120. Let's do garbage at 120, because I haven't even placed my garbage yet. I don't even know where my sewage is. I have to double check on that. I don't remember where I put it. Healthcare, basic emergency services like 110 for this map. let's not go super crazy. Education, I feel like I just said I don't need, if I don't do a boost at all, it might be okay. Leisure, like 110. Unique buildings, oh, I know I'm gonna use some 120, and then everything else like default. A walking path. Yeah, I might change down here to a roundabout. I don't know. I don't know yet. Thinking about it. Haven't gotten that far yet. Relax. Alright, so I always go in order. We placed our hospital. I put one of these somewhere. Wherever it snaps to would probably be best. Put it right next to the ferry. Something like that. Yeah, this main road here, like no matter what we do with it, I think it's pretty obvious that I can't have it this way. It has to be this way. So I kind of have to have a curve or something going into it, which is fine. Okay with that, because the whole land curves here. The whole shape of everything kind of curves up this way. Why is it so loose? My snapping is on. Game. Thank you very much. Okay, so this and we just need this correctly now. Right. Got it. Put this a little bit further down. Here we go. And these roads just need to connect. One way or another. Simple. Look at that. Super basic shape. But it's going to look cool once it's done, because I'm going to do I'm gonna try to do some crazy stuff on the inside. Like, all the unique skyscrapers and stuff on the inside here. Like, really, really build up the middle part. Make it super fancy looking. Lots of concrete. Plazas and... Like, I have a plan for the middle part with the water here. I think it'll look cool. A little bit of light green, maybe right around the edge. Like so. I love having a ton of like dark green apartments and stuff. And it always looks great to have like a huge, massive city with big population. But it's also important to mix in a little bit, just a sprinkle of light green. Is gonna really help boost things later on. And then I was also thinking, like, maybe each one of these little parts can be a separate thing. Like, maybe this part is a separate district, or maybe this part is a separate thing, right? You know what I mean? Like, have each one of these be a different style. That would be so sick. That would be so cool. Really just, like, have fun and experiment here on the build. Which I don't even think that's that wild of a thing, because it's something we did for that Dubai-like map. Where we had the fish-shaped islands. I kind of made each island a different style of district. Different buildings. And it didn't look terrible. Like, some are very, very different. And they kind of stick out. I think that'll be okay. Watch me spell residential wrong. I spelled it right. I think. Residential. You got dental care. Need a park or something. I need something like right here. Except it's snapping right here. Ooh. It's almost. Something like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure when they're gonna add those new items. Hopefully soon, so we can use them on stream. See mail truck. See the mail truck. Alright. Where's my sewage? Because I have a garbage issue already. My sewage is down here, which means my garbage also needs to be down here. But that's so far away from everything. So I feel like if I can get garbage here, or maybe even inside here, maybe I can get away with that. I feel like if I do the proper filtering, I could even get it up here. Like, have one dump and then maybe a disposal thing. Like, have one disposal thing. And then... Ooh. You know what? No. Let's do a waste transfer. Ooh, man. Hold on. I just cut down one of my power stations. Ah! I need a different source of power. I could do a water, ocean thermal. Right? This goes over the ferry. That could work. Kind of in the middle of everything. It looks okay. It would work that way. Let's see. Garbage. Waste transfer. Put one right there. So those buildings are connected. But if I also get like a dump right next to it, that might work for there. And then I probably would need another one somewhere else, like in the middle of everything, which I hate doing because it complicates so much. It adds so much pollution too. Then all the traffic is going to be here. Yeah, we have to do a roundabout. Sucks, but we have to. Looking at the design of everything, I have to. I don't really have a choice. Which means I still don't know where I would put this. Put it in the middle. I don't know how angry that'll make my commercial. We can always build this too, because it's still super early in game. The blue demand is rushing me here. Jeez, slow down. Slow down, I'm not ready. Oop. Alright, you know the deal. If you've been here before, you know how this goes. It's gonna be interesting. Because I need this to connect, right? This road has to get upgraded too. That's part of it. To the one-way 4-lane. The only way this really works. So connect this road. Connect. What's happening? Connect this road somehow. Like that. And then get a road here. Going out to there. Or going across. Either way. Because I think we do need a cross Get secondary. Oh, I'll worry about that later. I'm just... Remember, these are just ideas. They're not concrete. Because I know I'm going to put unique buildings in these areas, so... I haven't planned that out yet. I'm just trying to get this done so I don't have to worry about it later. A little bit awkward, but like I think if I can get this one at a better angle, it might work better. Like if I can get this like that, and then this is outgoing. So that's why it's like curved like that. That's why it looks weird. Because this has to curve and that doesn't. Well, I feel like it doesn't have to be that drastic. It's just snapping that way. If I cover it with enough trees, maybe you won't notice. Just hide the mistakes and worry about them later! So this is... I feel like either this part or this part is my shopping, right? Like high density shopping. That's what this is. Right in the middle of everything. Is that what I want to focus the map on? Because I feel like whatever's here is technically the middle. And that's going to be what brings... You want, like, whatever's going to bring the most amount of people into your city, kind of in the middle. So, are we doing something where we're focusing shopping? Or do I want, like, a different specialization? Like, do we want to do tourism? Do I want to do wall-to-wall? Do I want to do leisure? It's been a while since we did a big leisure district. And it makes sense because it's a tropical map. I could even include some of this here too. Like... like this part. We can have the water included. There's no reason why not. Have a nice little leisure district. That would be cool. Like, I know it has to connect to this. That's all I know. All I know, these roads have to connect, and that's like... everything after that doesn't matter. I feel like it has to be. Like this. It's gonna look like a penis. I mean, what? I don't know how else to do it unless that's the dead end. It's like, I don't actually know how else to make that look. Maybe we can think about... I know I kind of skipped over some stuff, but I'm looking at what the game kind of wants me to do. And right now you can see on the bottom right that there's a ton of light blue, which means it wants me to do commercial. So we have to worry about the commercial district first before I get into anything else. And I can go back and worry about all the other stuff. So let's think. In a leisure district, would I use any of these? Because these are all Korean, and I feel like we did a Koreatown not too long ago, so I don't think so. Would I have one of these skyscrapers? Maybe, but I don't think it would be a crazy one. And I don't think we did this one. And I like this one. I like this one. And if we put this one right here... Because this one's got an interesting shape to it. And I don't know if we used it already. That one kind of stands out too much. We could use that. What is this? Just says a tall office building. This is USA. Apparently. Yeah, I feel like we used this one already. Was there not another one like this? I thought there was two like this. Like the S shape on top. I guess it's only the one. Because the other buildings here have like either a second or a third version. Like there's taller, you know what I mean? These are like the same, but at different heights. We could use this. Although I feel like it would look better facing the other way for some reason. Let's see. This one's got a little bit of a red tint to it. I don't know. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, there's a little bit of red here on the side. Huh. How do those look together? It looks okay. I think we need to do a lot of freeforming. Oh my god. Hello, game? What's your issue? Like, what? What is the problem here? Ew. I don't put roads against the water unless I want them to have fishing piers or something. And I might do that. Like, I could do it on the inside here. But sometimes it also, like, fucks up the look of the water. I can do that on the inside here. And then add a bunch of... Or add, like, maybe one. And then this. See, I thought this looked okay. Now I'm redoing it and it's getting worse. Alright, we got our leisure district happening. Which means this, we pause and we go whoop, 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 like that. Even on the edge of the water? I don't know. Let's take those out. Yeah, let's take these out, because that might screw up everything. Leave the others. This is the type of district that you won't really notice too much of the difference between how it looks until after it's dark. So, if I remember, turn day and night back on. And then where were we? I know I had an elementary school, but I don't have a high school, right? Let's get a high school. Snap it right there. Boom. And another one right on the inside here would be perfect. In there. That works too. Yeah, no. Does that have to be there? Probably not, actually. As long as we have the power line. Okay, so we did high school, and then am I doing a university? We did a custom campus last build. Like last time I played this game and we had a city going, we made a whole campus and like a whole district with the university DLC stuff. I'm not gonna do that this time, I don't think. Try not to do the same thing twice in a row on stream. It could get repetitive. I know not everybody wants me to build a campus. Like if I can snap this right here, you know what I mean? That fits perfectly, so it makes more sense to do it this way. Just pass there, and maybe even like to get a park or something right here too. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like it a lot. Get a playground there. I want to save the plazas for like this district. Or something. Here's hoping Cities 2 has the Move It DLC. Or the Move It mod, I mean. It should. Because they've improved placement on Remaster. It's not fantastic. They did do it. They did improve it at least 1%. It's at least a 1% increase. How am I supposed to get a power? How am I supposed to get power all across this map? How am I actually? Because this, how much does this put out? 557? This is more than all of my solar panels combined. Like, what the heck? Why don't I just use this as the main power source of my map? I didn't do policies over here, did I? Power, water, smoke. I guess recycling can be on here too. I don't see why not. Well, I didn't even use recycling. I'm using the waste transfer, right? But I don't even actually need that on this map. Small business. It's all about that business. My business. All about my business. My business. I can just turn this off. I ain't using it. We'll see if Cities 2 even has the same bulldozer emote. Not that I would get rid of that emote. I'm just asking. I'm just curious. Will it change? Also, what is the noise? Not terrible because this is modded, right? These aren't as bad as I thought they would be either. Okay, probably some complaints here, but if we get like a small medical thing. plastic surgery building. Ambulance. Large ambulance. Okay, so we did education. So we need another elementary school somewhere. Right there should be fine. Then we need police. Those can go right there. Right next to it. Regular police cars is fine. And then fire. Yeah, fire station here. Or maybe even snapping here. That might be okay. And then maybe I don't need the... Oh no, it doesn't work at all, does it? Uh-oh. That did not work. Nope, can't do that. Alright, that has to go somewhere else then. Isn't that out of the way though? I feel like this is not the most convenient place for this to go. Another one right in the middle. That'll be better. How's the airlines? You mean Skylines? Going good. Foxes, how are you? Oh, we were gonna do an airport, weren't we? Yeah, I don't know. It's not that I forgot, I just feel like I'm just gonna do this. And I don't know where the other one went. Might be up here. I always forget where this other one is. There's like another one in the game. I always forget where they put it. Because it's not where it's supposed to be. I feel like they either put it under a unique building or something. It's not this. It's something else. I wish I could just search it. Like search by name. That would be an interesting concept. Because when I go to airports, these are the only 3 listed. But that is not what I'm looking for. And if I go here, they don't have any pre-made ones. Those are all custom. So that means the other one is somewhere else. I don't know where they put it. Where else would it be? Like, where else would it be? I know it exists. I've used it before. It's called, I believe it's literally called Municipal. Like Municipal Airport. Where in the game is it? This is not up here. Is it here? International? Metropolitan? It's with public transport hubs. I think it's listed there. Look at the size of it. It doesn't even fit. I think it's listed there because technically it has like a helicopter connection or something. Or this one has like a subway connection. I think that's why. Like if you... Yeah, if you can see this dark line underneath, that's a metro connection. So it's considered a hub, because it connects two different modes of transportation. That's so dumb. It should just be listed under airports. Like, I'm never gonna remember that it's up with the hubs, dude. I think we have to use this one. I just couldn't find it for a while. It's either gonna have to go here or up here. It's a cool hub though. Very simple, yeah. No, don't freak out now. Don't freak out. I know what I'm doing. I know you're freaking out. You're like, Underdog, you just broke everything. No, relax. Calm down. It's okay. We're gonna go over. We're gonna go over. The levels. The levels! Foxes, what have you been up to? What have you been playing? Been playing any games lately? Let me know. I'm always interested to see what other people are up to in their gaming life. A lot of big stuff coming out soon. A lot of big games coming out this year. Cities Skylines 2, as of right now, is confirmed for 2023. Could be a delay. It is possible that it'll get delayed. I'm not trying to curse it or anything. I'm just saying delays happen. Unless it's way further. I believe City Skylines 2 is way further along than people realize, though. I think they've been working on it for a long time. So. I believe that City Skylines 2 will be good. It'll be good. And I do think it will come out this year. Like they said. There's gotta be a way. Do we go under? Maybe I go under here. Sure, that's okay, I guess. So I think this is two-way. And I am like 99.9% positive I cannot change this road. can change this. Yo! Is that another raid? What's going on today, man? Y'all raiding me? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? How dare you? Thank you, Jehudi. How you doing, buddy? What kind of music were you listening to, Jehudi? I saw you were listening to the RRR soundtrack, but I don't know what else you were doing because I had to pop out and start my own stream. What's the dog doing? I am building a city. I'll show you the main part of it in a second. We're just actually working on an airport right now because I promised I would do an airport. I got sidetracked. Kind of get sidetracked a lot in this game. Their airport should be connected. It's far away from the main part, but that's alright. Sometimes that's the way it is. Okay, so here we go. Here is River Delta map at night. And this is my residential district. And then this is gonna be my leisure district. Which is like a lot of clubs and restaurants and stuff like that. So we can literally call it the night district since this is going to be more popular at night. Come over here to get your club on. You turned it into a karaoke stream. Oh. Well then maybe I'm glad I missed it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't think I've ever actually heard Jehudi sing, so I can't judge him too much. Maybe Jehudi has the voice of an angel. That could be possible. I don't know. Did you sing the Nacho song? Did you sing the Oscar award-winning song about nachos? You tried to. Okay. Alright, as long as you tried to do it, that's all that matters. This district hasn't really built up as much as I thought it would, but at nighttime, these buildings will have like more of a pink glow, whereas the tourism in the game has a light blue. And every now and then I make a joke that this is the red light district, the leisure commercial in the game, which is like clubs and restaurants and all that stuff, so maybe we could change this back, because there's not a lot here to show off, so there you go. You can see what I've been doing so far. A lot of connections. And this should be on. I don't think anybody's going to use it yet. It is kind of far out of the way, but it's there. And there is a metro connection to this one, so maybe I will try to somehow connect my metro line. Because we do have an above ground metro that is unfinished. So maybe if I try to bring this up here and connect it there, that would be cool. You sang some German songs despite not speaking German. That sounds dangerous. Gotta be careful with that. Okay, so this water... Is the water too deep? No, it's just being picky. Alright then. Do we need a metro station for the power? Probably. It would probably be a good idea to get a connection here, right? for like workers that need to go to the facilities. And by facilities, I mean bathrooms. Stupid tree farm. I don't want to ruin it. But I might have to. This tree farm they put here by default, it's so beautiful, and here I am ruining the whole thing. Which means now I have to figure out how to connect this across the whole damn map. God damn it. Probably need a metro stop there. Alright, easy enough. Destroy! Pause and delete. Go up and over. Ah! Now what? Because these don't need to connect. As long as they're already... And then where's this metro? Underdog, you're getting distracted. No, I'm not. Shut up. I'm doing exactly what needs to be done at this moment. If I can get another double bypass right here. Oh, baby. Just you wait. This is gonna be so cool. You ever been so good at a game that you surprise yourself? Sometimes. Now that's a little bit curvy and weird. I didn't hate it. As long as it's connected. We can just smooth this part out a little bit. So that connects to there. That connects to this part, which is where all our power and garbage is. And that connects to this, which is the ferry system. And that connects to this, which is the middle of everything. And then this line curves over again? This should be on the other side. I realize that now. This should be here, not there. It should be on the other side. Like, it should be here. But that's no fun. Why do it the simple way when you could do it the dumb way that's gonna be way more fun in the end? That looks pretty bad. Well, you know. You know how it is. Save the game. Oh my god, what happened? Did I just break it? I think it just broke. Yep. It did. What is this for? Oh no. I think it just broke. Fuck. I think we just lost that. Oh, it just broke. Oops. It's okay. I know what we did, and I can fix it real quick. So. I know exactly where all these things were. And we can put it on the other side if we really need to. I reset. It's been a long time since that's happened. It's something about this water, too, that the game does not like. Which is annoying. So it went up here, and it crossed, and it went up, and then we had our stop here. And then this went up like this. Right? So this has to connect. And then this curved across and broke all my power lines, which I can redo. That's not the end of the world. Then I think we are going to try to go on the other side. It might work better. I don't think we need that double either. The double is stupid. I'm gonna leave the double that we have, but I don't think I'm gonna add another. It's like, even this way, we still have to curve. Yeah, metro lines are a little bit more restrictive than trains. I've mentioned that a lot. More so underground than above ground. Like, once they're above ground like this, they're not that bad, but you can tell, like, every now and then it does not want to do what I want it to do. Every now and then. Just a little bit picky. It's because the metros can't turn at a super sharp angle. That's literally all it is. They just can't turn at a sharp angle. Like, they can curve like this, but they can't, like, if you do this, it probably won't work super well. Okay, how did I get that? And it was like, alright. And then we just have to fix this power line again. Somehow this actually worked. Oops. Never mind. Never mind, I broke something else. Ta-da! Ta-da, we broke it. Then we fixed it. So yeah, I'm not doing recycling because instead we're going to use this waste processing complex. We already have some trucks in use, which is good. There's one here, and then I put one here in the middle. And I hope it works. Does this say there's trucks? Yeah, it says there's one truck in use, which means it is working. It's just slowly happening. We did healthcare. We did education. We just need more students and all those things. Then we have to pick where is our cemetery gonna go. It should probably be in the middle somewhere. Could even go right here. That way we have a bunch of stuff like perfectly in the middle. That works. If only it worked there. If only it snapped perfectly, you know. Okay, metro, check. Airport, check. Just needs to be powered. Same with the ferries, which are there. We just haven't finished them. That's going to be a while from now. Then for parks, like I said, we can do some piers here. Not sure how well some of these work though. Some of these are very picky about where they snap to. They don't work here along the canals. Oh my god. The game is freaking out. Oh boy. Hold on a second. How do I fix that? I need... Is it under settings? I tried to do this last time. And I could not find the setting for it. Is it on the bottom? Oh, it's here. Okay, sorry. Game was like freaking out. I had to reset my controller. I think sometimes, every now and then, City Skylines will have that issue where it like locks up or something. Like the map freezes. I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. It becomes like the camera like gets locked in. It still kind of feels like it's doing it. Probably from what I was doing too. I think it had everything to do with the gear that I snapped down. Yeah, it's acting weird now. Hopefully it'll fix itself. I feel like eventually it does fix itself. We need a parking space check. Oh god. We get parking spaces next to each of these. We have larger ones. If we have the 6. Yeah, why don't I just do the larger one? Makes more sense. Eh. Oh, you can snap this right to the airport too. That's great. Put one on each side. Put one next to each metro station. Not sure if this one really needs it though. How does that snap out? Huh? A couple of the ferry stops could probably use these. Like right there, wherever cars need to park. In the middle of the city, I feel like that's where we would use the larger one here. These act as parks too, and they have a big effect of happiness boost. Parking lots, best part of City Skylines. We need actual parking lots though, not just these shitty carports. We need actual parking lots. Imagine that's the last thing they ask, that's the last thing they add to the game, because that's the one thing I've been asking for since day one. And then they kind of gave me it, right? I complained about this shit for like hours and hours on stream about like the carport versus what I like, because they kind of work. They kind of work. But it's not what I meant when I said parking lots. I meant like a driving, like multi-layered parking lot that actually works. Also, there's some buildings that have them. Like, I think a couple of the arenas, for example, and I think some of the shopping places might have them. Does this have one? No. This has regular concrete. Where's that? There's a thing up here. These all have them. Look at this one. See this? See how there's a parking lot in front of this building? Now, get rid of that building. That's what I want. I know it sounds like boring and stupid, but it just makes it more realistic. And they did say City Skylines 2 will be the most realistic one. So I'm just saying. That you either do it right or you don't do it at all. We didn't do buses last time. I don't think I'm gonna do buses this time. Rip what? Oh no, my game just like screwed up a little bit. It's okay, we're back on track. I think maybe it was part of the same issue. It's okay. We got back to where we need to be. Everything is connected. We are just going through, should be a security center for the airport. We're just going through utilities again. And probably a fire station for this stuff, right? These things always have a high risk of fire for some reason. I don't know why. I guess because it's all industrial buildings. Who knows? We were going through parks. Do we want any of these hotels? I probably do need like a low-end hotel here. Probably do need one. It's gonna be quite a space here in the middle. Means I could do a park or something. But I want to try to see if I can get... I should be able to get a cross tree here. That's snap. That's not that much space. You just fill that in with trees and nobody will notice. It's a tropical map, so palm trees it is. Throw some of these in the residential district too. Ecat, do you think you'll get Cities 2 when it comes out? Like, we know it's a day one purchase for me. I'm asking, is it a day one purchase for you? Because I know you have Remaster, but that was free. Remastered is free if you have Cities on digital on PS5. The upgrade is free, like Remastered. But Cities 2 will definitely not be free. That would be insane. That would be stupid. That would be so dumb. If they do that, that would be the worst decision, like, financially, that they could ever make. No, I think Cities 2 will be a full price game. Alright. So we got a hotel. A roadside diner. This is something that I should be using more. This kind of goes with all the clubs and stuff. A little bit. Ugh. Only it snapped there perfectly, man. I thought I put a path around this. Did I not? Did I not put a path around this? I could have sworn I did. Like, I thought I did something like this. The cool thing about this roadside diner is it's a park, not a unique building, so you can literally place like 100 of these if you wanted to. Not that you would ever do that, but... I like it. It reminds me of a lot of places near here. Okay. And my controller. Oh, that's fun. I think Cities is just fighting me today. Just fighting me a little bit. This doesn't want to snap, man. Doesn't want to go where I want to put it. If we put it here. These, the name of this diner will change every time you place it, by the way. I probably mentioned this the first time we used this asset, but it's been a while since I talked about it, so just a reminder for people that maybe have this. It should have come with the free update for like vehicles and roads. I think this was thrown in there too. So like Janet, Rose, Bluebird Restaurant. I don't know why the sign is red. Maddie's. I think that might be it for the names, but there you go. It's nice that they have those different options. I feel like that's one of the things for cities too, as well, is like different versions of every building or something. Or a drop-down menu. Because there's like maybe 3 or 5 buildings in this game that have a drop-down menu to change the look of them. And I don't remember what they are. Yeah, I don't remember. I know they're newer ones. I think, the financial buildings are a good example. Like, you click on them and you can change what they physically look like. I feel like that's a big thing for cities too. Because other than having mods, you can't really change the way a building looks out of default, really. So like, for example, you have one thing for a hospital at the same size, and then when you click on it, you have like 5 different versions of that hospital, but it'll all be the same size asset. Whereas here, it's like all these hospitals are different sizes, and that's fine. They can do that too, but I'm saying it would make a lot of sense for them to have a thing where you just click on it, and instead of like the model for the ambulance, I get like the model for the building. You know what I mean? That would make so much sense for cities too. Like, why would they? It would be weird if they didn't do that on at least some of the buildings that you're going to use all the time, like a hospital or a police station or something. Like the utilities that you're using in every single city. That you're going to see those assets like a million times. More variation on these things. That's what I'm asking for. Because this is what I have, right? Like for fire departments, this is what I have. There's like 2 here that are modded, and there's like 1 that's technically DLC. And that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically 7. 7 fire stations, for example. Yeah, if I'm gonna put another unique building, it might go right here, or it'll go up here. I think 1 right here would be cool too. Because that's gonna be like the start of the city. So like, there's something big right here. We can look at different assets. You guys, if you're paying attention, you can help me with this too. Like, I could even use this. I haven't used this asset in a while. Like, I could even use that. It doesn't stand out like crazy. I feel like this is the type of thing that belongs, like, in the middle of nowhere, though. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a service stop. What do we think? Expo Center? What would go good in a residential district? This creates a lot of noise. The Science Center is not as noisy. Maybe use the Science Center instead. Could even go out here though. Like, place it here. See, that looks nice. So that's an option. I actually don't hate the way that one looks. That's option A. So remember, Science Center is A. This is A. And then option B, the Expo Center. It's a little bit smaller, but still kind of stands out. Still kind of looks good from here. Yeah, I think whatever we're selecting is going to go up there. I kind of prefer the science building, personally. The last map we did had like the technology museum, so stay in that vein. Science Center. And I still think I need something here. I could do a park. We haven't done like a unique park in a while. Statue of shopping. That works here. In the middle. Yeah, that works. What's the visitor capacity for that? 150? What's the Science Center? 300? Okay. Friendly neighborhood park. It's just got like a nice gazebo and a sitting place. Nice place to eat. Yeah, the airport's kind of out of the way. Like, it's here, but it's not really being used at all. I don't know if it will get used at all. I'm gonna leave it there, though. Because that was the plan, was to have it here. It may need to be connected. I do also realize that I have a train line on this map that is not connected. My concern is I didn't really ever plan to have a train connected anywhere. Maybe I will on the outside? Or maybe... maybe up here? I don't know. Still not really sure if I want to do anything on the north part of the map. You know what I mean? Really don't know, because I have a railroad connecting from here. I think I should connect it in the middle. Like, maybe that's what goes on the other side here. And there's also, there was, where is it? There was one here. Like, connect into the middle if I need to. I'm not really sure if I'll do that though. Like, we have options, that doesn't mean I have to use all my options. I have a spaceship. I have a freaking spaceship. Look at this. They built this specifically for airport, dude. This is so funny. The mothership. Take me to your leader. That kind of worked perfectly right there, too. What do you know? So if that's 4-lane, then this has to be 4-lane. Maybe just one road though. So that way it connects to the outside, which makes sense. In my brain. Didn't we select this middle one? Yeah, this middle road is 4-lane. What if I bring this all the way to the rotary? Huh? Huh? I can also do really interesting things that I don't tend to do a lot by making this like a one-way. I could upgrade this whole thing and make it one-way. The only reason I wouldn't do that is because of the university. I don't really want to screw up my university too much. Like, anybody that can get there needs to get there, and I don't want to stop them from getting educated. That would be goofy. That would be silly of me to do. I don't know how we're gonna get these things powered, man. Not all these are powered, are they? Not everything fits here. Can't believe not like that's the way to do it. It still doesn't spread over here, does it? Rude. Rude! Look what fits there, though. Look at that. Now we can do custom park if we want. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm trying to do over here, man. Because it's... How about that? That work? That should work. I just need something over here. What the dog doing? Got a dog park. Think you're here? You're not sure if you're here? Well, if you typed in chat, then I'm assuming that you're here. I don't know where else you would be. Keep having to leave and do stuff. That's okay, you're not missing too much. I'm just trying to figure out where everything is gonna be here. Just trying to fix it and make it look good. We added a few things. Hey, there's cars in the parking lot. Let's go. Look at this RV parked like over the line. Now that's realism. There's always that one guy that doesn't know how to park his RV and he takes up like 8 spots somehow. It's impressive. But ain't that America? You and me, yeah. We got the Science Center. We got the Europe term. I don't know how to pronounce that. 69. Nice. And the Tora Giora. Probably pronounced that one wrong too. Anyway, unique skyscraper DLC things here. Just to make that area look a little bit more interesting. This whole district here is going to be leisure. This whole district here is going to be residential. Although I am considering making this different. Like, making the inside part here a little bit different. But I don't know if I need to. I don't really know if I need to do that. Probably won't affect too much. Besides just the leisure district, which I don't really know if we would need on the inside there. I don't really know what we're gonna get on the... Probably just more dark green, I would imagine. And then everything in the middle is all gonna be a mix. And then up here is probably gonna be offices. And then back here is probably gonna be industrial. So, at least I know what is ahead. At least I know what this part's gonna be. I know back here is gonna be industrial. Like, there's no question about it, because that's where my sewage is. At least we can zone this. Or, I mean, paint this district here. Mill Heights might work. Power, water, smoke. School. school's out for summer. Free Wi-Fi, map round, tax raise for offices, industrial space, boost connections, filter waste. Yeah, see, 0 people are using my airport. And I wonder if it's because it's so far away, or because we have, like, almost no demand. One of the two. One of the two. If it doesn't get used at all, that's okay. At least it's there, and we built it, and we can say that it's there. It's not that important to me. Kind of just like, hey, there was this extra spot on the map. And I wanted to use it to its fullest extent. We still have all of this up here, you know, and all of this back here, so... This map is deceptively big, is what I said at the beginning of today. This is one of those DLC maps that, like, at first you're like, oh, that's not bad. And then once you start building inside of it, you're like, yeah, this is actually a lot larger than it seems. I think it might be because of the way the water is. The water comes in and it's like very curvy and weird, so you just assume there's less space to build on. It's not that way at all. Let's fast forward. Save the game and fast forward just for a little bit. I think I can get dark green on the inside here. That is what I want. That's what I want! That's not terrible. Worst case, I could just surround this with offices back here. There's so much space. You have to use it all. We have to use it all. That looks like the perfect spot. Or maybe all of this. Perfect spot for a custom park. Because I was thinking we should at least do one. One custom park on this map would be good. And in the other side of the residential area would not be a terrible idea. I could put it on the inside here and then cross it over. I'll do that. Like, snap it. Snap it. Ooh. Hold on. What if I have a back? What if I put a path all the way through? Would that increase my income or decrease my income? Because I feel like last time I put multiple entrances in a park, people didn't follow the rules and just walked all over the place and stole my money. They just walked in here and they didn't even care. And then we turn snapping off. Underdog, you build parks the same way every time. Yeah? Yeah, I do. You got a problem with that? Probably don't even need this. Probably don't really need the... Probably don't need the fence, but... Listen, I like fences in my park. Where is the point where you'll let me put it under? Where is the point where you'll let me put it under? Don't tell me it's... Oh my gosh. Restricted. I'm being restricted. Because if I don't do this, people will just walk in. I hate that shit. Like, if I don't do this, I'm just gonna lose all my profit. And in the bottom line, that's really the only reason to even have a park in this game. Other than to fill space in your city. It looks a little bit weird, but it'll be next. Alright, Primrose Park, doesn't matter what it's called. Increase the price here. Advertisement main park for now, since that's the only one we have. Pause the game. Delete some of these things that are abandoned. Because this isn't remaster, so there's no auto bulldoze, so I have to do this manually. Think of all the time I've spent bulldozing things that went abandoned. And how that's not going to be a thing once we get back to the remaster. What kind of park do we want this to be? Also, do we want to go artsy fartsy? Instead of just boring. How did this not work? It's like the same size tiles. What are you talking about? Hello? Oh my god. Why are these different? Why are they acting different? Maybe it's better that way. Maybe it's better that way. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I thought it was supposed to be like ice cream with sprinkles, but now that I'm looking at it, I don't think that's exactly what it is. Because there's like ice cream, and we're gonna put ice cream here. Let's put ice cream. Oops, sorry. Look at that. Got a nice little place to buy ice cream here. And we'll give them a nice little fountain. And some big light. You know how I am with my parks and my light. We need a place to sit. That'd work. And on this side we can get some fountains, some little playground things. I think we should probably put like an asset. We have to have an asset on the other side. Something that brings in attractiveness to the park itself. I don't know what we're gonna use yet. Maybe just the playground. Let's see. Snap that there. The more of these things you have, the higher rating your park is going to have, like, by default. Maybe just a bathroom. Simple. Keep it simple, stupid. And trees. Just a bunch of these palm trees. We'll choose a secondary. Ooh, use one of these. They're always good. Doo-doo. And there you go. Park. Repaint. And everything on the inside here. That's light green, that's light green, that's light green, that's light green, light green, light green, light green. Whoop! Everything on the back here. Oh, we got a lot of demand, so. And then paint this. All of this. All of this right here. Oh yeah. We'll take off some of these, because I think down here probably don't need that much. That's where all our people gonna be living. I think like a medical center or something right here would be perfect too. Do 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 do. Yeah, it's coming along. Just takes a while to like set things up and then get them going. And I think a real big boost here will be once I finish the metro line. Like I could have part of it done soon. Like, if we focus on ending it, I could probably get a line going. That would give me a big boost and stuff here. I was thinking probably... Yeah, I don't know if I can curve that one in too much, though. Let's see. Like, because if I snap this here... Not really sure how well it can work out for me. Well, doesn't look terrible. Plus that gives me an option to curve up this way, which would be cool. And then I know this is all going to be office zone. Like we already know that ahead of time. I should probably I should probably put my policies here. Too. Might give me a nice boost for power and water and stuff. Because this is where all my power and water starts. At the top of the map. Where all the water is coming in and we just had the free space, so made sense to put my solar panels. Solar Center. How about that? The Solar Center. Power, water, smoke. School's out for summer. Free Wi-Fi. Tax raise for offices. Industrial space. Filter. I don't think I need a boost here. Is that it? Oh. Yeah, I think that should be okay. Hello. Wow. Well, you know it's working because the garbage glitched out on my airport, so that's good. That's a good thing. That means it's working. There should be a connection to the airport, right? Or an off-ramp or something. Maybe that's the problem, is we don't have a direct connection. Should it connect there, or should it connect like here? What makes more sense? Because I already have this off ramp. I guess it would work. Okay. That doesn't get this off though. I mean, that doesn't get this on. So we need a way on. We'll put this metro line here. How dare you? Whoever that was. What were you thinking? That would be crazy if that worked. I guess Snapping up like that is the only way. That looks terrible though. That looks horrible. What if I do like this big ass looping ramp? As dumb as that is, that's actually the best looking option that I had out of all the things that I was trying to do. What the heck is going on, man? I don't even hate it. I'm gonna leave it like that. So that allows cars to go out of the map. That way. But what if they need to go the other way? You know what I mean? What if they need to go this way? Ooh! See a little bit of offices. Now, let's do, actually, instead of doing offices, let's do industrial up here. Which also brings my attention to the fact that I probably need a water filter thing or a water treatment plant somewhere. Watch it, I'm building here. Sorry, I don't know what that was supposed to be. I apologize. So that's some industrial with a pinch of offices. And I think if I do well, I could just wait. Do. I need one of these over here too. That's the secret. The secret is you put one of these in the middle of your industrial area, and then you get the get that university level education. That's the secret of the game right there. I just exposed it. Does this the faculty building acts as a small university. It's like the same level of education. It's like a really good library. You have to think of it that way. Like if there was a better library in the game, that's what that would be. Not gonna use libraries on this map though. I don't have the space. I don't have the space. I only have an entire map. Where would I put one? Like if I was a library, where would I even go? You know what I mean? Like where would I put it? Here? 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 Right in the middle? Well, that kind of worked. Oh, what if I... Oh, hold up. What if? It might be crazy. Why is this not doing what I wanted to do? What if? Oh, right next to the science center, sort of? And we'll do dark green right there. I mean dark blue. Because this is a different district, so it won't read as the leisure. Just a pinch of shopping in there. There's no demand for it, but you know, could work. Alright, time to focus on the next area. Just a little bit. Because we know it's going to be offices. We know, no matter what, that this part of the map is going to be offices. I really feel like this ferry being down here kind of out of the way. I kind of want to put it down like closer to everything. At first it made sense for the ferry to be like back there, but now I'm like thinking with my brain, chat. It's a dangerous thing, chat. Because now it's like I have access here immediately. You know what I mean? The ferry should be bringing me to the places where people are gonna be. Or where people are gonna need to go. Doo-doo. Alright, so the next question is, do we do fishing pier? Could be a restaurant pier. Makes more sense. Aha! Alright. Restaurant pier there. And this is power, water, smoke. Free Wi-Fi. Taxation for offices and high density. Let's throw both in there. Big business. We'll boost connections. I feel like people are gonna want to go here. Did I boost connections here? I didn't. It does say it affects boats though, right? Maybe if I do it here. It'll affect my ferries. It says boats. Ferries are boats, chat. In case you didn't know. You know what I mean. I didn't curve on the other one, man. I'm gonna curve on this one. Come on. Well, we might have to redo this road because, first of all, my snapping is gone. Second of all, this is where I need to put some more of those skyscrapers. Like if I put one, it's gonna be right here. Where did we put that 4-lane? 4-lane here, right? And it just ends here? What if it cuts there? That's good. That's 4 lanes. This is all 2 lanes. This has to be a 2-lane road, but this one here could be 4 lanes. And then if you're watching, you can help me pick the skyscraper. Because we're going to do a skyscraper in that section. Which is going to be in the middle of like office space and stuff. So it's going to be perfect for a skyscraper. Alright, you ready? Help me choose. I'll give you some options. Could do this one. I feel like we did this one recently though. Didn't we do this one too? Like last time? Isn't this the one I used last time? No, it's not. What was the one I used last time? It was like this one, right? It's like a green building. I think it was this one. Or something. I'm looking for this. Tower 69. Nice. Tower 41. Oh yeah, let's use one of these. Alright, tall or short? The question is tall or short for these buildings. Let's do this building first. Tall or short? For this one. So this one, I guess the unique thing about this one is it has this like Pepsi logo on top, which is great for advertising. It would work perfectly in an office section of a city. Tall or short? You guys still hear me? I've been muted this whole entire stream. Nobody responded. Anyone? Anyone at all? All one? Okay. Good call. Dark Bond said short. For the other one? Well, I think we can do two of these. The other one we're using is this one. Tower 69. Look at the unique thing about this one is it's actually wider as it goes up. I don't know how else to call this, but like a pylon. I don't even know how to describe what this is. So I use the shorter one for that one. There we go. I got two skyscrapers there, two skyscrapers there. And I really think we should get one more, like, either here or here. Like that. That'll look cool. Uh-oh. Rock is too big. What's the rock doing? Uh-oh. The game really doesn't want me to do that. The game ain't happy with that. What's the dark spawn doing? What's the dog doing? Dark Spawn, are you ready for your sound clip? What's the dog doing? There you go. I did it. You're welcome. You're dying inside? Don't die. Don't die. It'll be alright. Mm-hmm. Don't be dying. Dying is so cringe. Remember that? I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm sorry. But I hope you figure out whatever you're working on. Zero people. Zero people in my airport. Even though there's cars in front of it. Let's go. 3 hours and 28 minutes. That is the uptime of the stream. Yes? Why? Why are we saying the uptime? Remember you used to have to type uptime instead of just seeing it right in front of you? You're time stamping. Oh. What's the dog doing? There you go. I'll do it 100 times in a row just so you won't miss it. Ready? What's the dog doing? What's the dog doing? What's the dog? Imagine. Would you still be my friend if I did that? Yeah, we're using different roads for these sections because they are going to be treated differently. And that's what you need to do with these different roads. I personally don't like the big-ass sidewalk road. Like this road. This looks so shitty. It looks so skinny. I realize that it's the same. What does this look like? I don't know, it looks weird to me. I'm not a fan of it. I get why they added it in there, but... Don't like. I don't like it. Underdog, you never fixed your, You never fixed the Metro thing. Right, I didn't. I'm proud of that. I don't need it. No, I probably do need it. Actually, I need a park out here. Hold on. New plan. Oh, fuck. I did not mean to do that. Can I fix this? Please tell me I can without breaking the whole game. Oh boy. Okay. That was almost a total disaster. Luckily, I think the game was just nice to me for an episode. You didn't finish your Metro line. You gotta add the Metro line. You said you were gonna do it. Yeah, I'll do it right now, okay? I'll do it right now. This is not the end of the Metro line, but we will add one now since you asked so nicely. So it's gonna start there. Go here. Connect here. Stay here. Stay here. Stay here. And then I guess we're going back. That's a long ass line, dude. And to be honest, you don't actually need it to be that long. You know why? You don't know why? You want to know why you don't need it to be that long? Because it only has to go halfway, and then we can have the rest of it be another line. Okay, this is gonna be. We're gonna pretend like this one is the middle, because it's got the two, right? We talked about this. So this one we're gonna treat like the main connector for the rest. So this will just go back to the airport. Back and forth to the airport. Now the question is, do I want to use the Airport Express? Because you're going to see this one visually, like, above ground. Or should I just use the regular subway train? Since nobody's using the airport, I'm not going to use the other one. I'm not going to use the airport metro since nobody's using it. Nobody's using the airport, so it's not good. Alright, here's the other stop. Also, you guys can choose a color. I don't think it's really gonna matter if it's the subway train because these are not super colorful. In fact, I think it's just that circle. And it might just be the M on the side that we're changing. Yeah, I think these are not very colorful. I can change it though. Here, I can change it here. So, did it change automatically? It should. I don't know if it's changing automatically. Could be though. Maybe it only does it in play mode. One should have spawned in here again, and it didn't. So I'm wondering if it's underground. I think it's underground over here somewhere. The hell is it? There it is. Yeah, my question is what looks cooler? Because I feel like this one was added, but it's also more basic. Whereas the Metro line, I feel like, oh, it does respawn. Huh. So they did that for buses, but not for subways. Or at least I forgot that this is how it was now. Because there was a bus update where you could switch the buses on the fly without having them respawn. Yeah, see, this is the Metro line. So it's a little bit aerodynamic and it's more colorful. So I think maybe that's what we should do. Because it is above ground metro, it's not really technically a subway. So this one's gonna be like teal blue and the other one will be dark blue. And we'll probably get more connections later on. What about the ferries, Underdog? Well, we still need to connect. Like, if this one's gonna connect, it needs to connect, you know what I mean? I probably need to reconnect my ferry line again. I know I screwed up earlier on one of them. Yeah, I probably need to redo this whole thing, which is fine. It seems to snap there though. Like these connect automatically, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm just worried about the curvature here, because I don't think it can curve down. Yeah, I don't think this one can go like that and then come back up this way. So I'm worried about my connection. Like, so this is gonna be the start of it, right? Technically. So the plan is to start here, go there, go there. Oh, it has to go all the way down and then turn around to work? That's kind of goofy. And then here. And then here. And that might be it. That might be the end of the line. It seems like it's gonna work though. Is it actually snapping like that? Is it actually turning like that? It actually worked! How the hell did that work? It's connected, it just, I don't think it'll work because it's not powered. You know what I mean? Like, there ain't no power connection there. Oh boy. Hearing a lot of noises. Like outside. That's fun. I'm scared. Look at that connection. Come on, man. You can't be upset with that. Look at that. Isn't this what you wanted? Now, some of these have to get upgraded. That's okay. Those ones can be the way they are. Grass. That's 4 lanes. This one was 4 lanes. Going all the way around. Alright. Am I gonna need medical anywhere else? Maybe on the inside here? That's schools. High schools. Only 53 students have graduated. Man, my people be stupid. My people be dumb. Oh shit! The fairies are happening. Pick a color, by the way. For the fairies. Any color you want, we can pick a color. Any color you want. You pick a color, we got so many colors. Rainbow, that's not a choice and you know it. Follow your nose! Red? What color red? Bright red? Dark red? Really dark red? Orange red? Purplish red? Pinkish red? Really red? Okay, there you go. That's what they look like, really red. Really? Really red. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Ah, the sewage is going up here. We need to stop that from happening. Get the dog out of here. Get the corn out of my face. Nacho Libre is in Undercard Season 7. Here on the channel on Monday. And I'm getting garbage issues in the middle of everything. Might be a bad thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Alright, well, we know I need a garbage thing down here, so let's get a dump. At least we'll have that. Come on now. Alright, so, the garbage, we did the garbage, but I need another transfer facility. I don't know if I need another one of these, though. How many trucks does this thing have? How many trucks does the, like, main thing have, the complex? This says 18? That probably gets changed through my budget, right? And I don't know if I really need to raise my budget. Because it was at 120. Which is decent. Usually I do like 125 for garbage because it's just one of those problems that takes a while to solve once it starts, you know? Garbage trucks are kind of slow and they have to stop at like every building to collect, so it just takes a while for it to actually process the issue. And you can see my metro line going. It's happening. So we did power, and the way this map is being powered is first of all by these solar plants, and then I'm pretty sure this provides a little bit of power, right? Yeah, this provides about the same amount of power as the solar plant. So we're processing a little bit of that waste into solar. And then we have this ocean thermal thing down here, which is providing a ton of power. It's almost 600 on that one. 600 megawatts, which is a lot. As long as I can get some of these buildings attached, ooh, we'll be good. Be so good. Doo-doo. Mm-hmm. Didn't I call this the Night District? Did it change anything? $315 passengers. God damn. This metro line is popping off. Everybody's using it. Good. Oh, there's an airport. I mean, an airplane at the airport. There's an airplane at the airport. The airplane. 39 passengers. Okay, it's working. I don't know what changed between now and then. Maybe it was simply just connecting that metro line. It could have just been that. It literally could have just been the fact that we connected the metro line. Wouldn't that be incredible if that's all it took? Alright, and then for garbage, we have like a regular dump up here. We have an incinerator. We have the waste processing truck that go and collect garbage and then bring it here, so should be a couple of those throughout the map. I thought I had one down here. I don't. I don't. Yeah, I feel like airports always have a garbage glitch. So yeah, this sends out different types of trucks. This is a waste collection truck. So it's gonna collect trash here, and then from there it will transfer to here. So these should work map round as long as things are connected road-wise. That should work throughout your entire map. And then for a hospital, we chose the high capacity one, which is right here in the middle of my residential district, with the large ambulance. And then we also have the plastic surgery building here, because it fit there. I wanted to use it because it's fun. And we have a medical clinic down here. And a medical clinic here. Those should all be using the same vehicle, yes. Alright. And then for police stations, we put a security thing out by the airport. We have a high capacity headquarters, which sends out a total of 44 police cars. So this is for like major cities. And then we have another smaller station here, which should cover some more of this area. We don't really have any crime at all. We have like 5% crime rate as of right now. And then for fire stations, I have a couple. I have one up here. Seems like it's kind of pushing itself to the max, but it says 0 are in use, so that's confusing. I don't know if the airport can catch on fire. I imagine it can. I don't see why I couldn't. Let's put one right here. Fire truck's there. We have one here. We have one here in the middle, and we have one over here. All that shit should be covered, and then we'll probably need one over here too for the garbage and industry stuff that will be posted later. And then for transport, we do have the ferry lines, and we can see through this menu that only a few people are really using them. I think mostly that's because these two aren't powered, and also I don't really ever think the ferries have been popular. Like, I don't expect like 1,000 people to be on this ferry. There's like it says it carries 50. We have like 5 people. You know what I mean? I don't really expect. It's not like a major form of transportation. It's just kind of there for fun and an extra way to get around. And we added the canals for that purpose. I think the more we add to this map, the more people will use that ferry line there. And then of course we have the metro line, which I think I will expand eventually. We have the airport, which barely anybody is really using. We're not going to do buses. Been trying to really avoid buses recently. I used them in every map, and I was like, we gotta just do like 1 or 2 maps where I just simply don't use buses. Because they're such a crutch, but they're also like, they are the best transportation option in the game. Like, there's nothing like buses in this game. Buses solve so many problems. Getting people like to work and school and to the unique buildings, and it's like, they're so easy to just set up. But I don't want to have to force myself to always use buses. But I also feel like at the same time, when I don't use buses, cities build and expand a lot slower. So it's like, yeah, I guess, that's how it goes sometimes. Floating cafe. Can we snap this one here? Not really. I put that way up there. This is a park. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the railroad. I don't really know what I'm gonna do all up here. Like I said, this map is kind of large and in charge. We can figure that stuff out next time. Not enough educated work. Well, how is it possible that we need another elementary school? Are you for real? Alright. Look at this. So I don't know if you could tell by the lighting, but this whole area here is supposed to be different coloration because of the style. I mentioned earlier, a lot of the buildings should have like pinkish, reddish lighting. They're like nightclubs. What is this one? Club de la Creme. Creme de la Creme. Nightclub of the Happy Hamsters. I thought hamsters were more of a 2-point campus thing. Or a 2-point... Yeah, 2-point thing. I actually really like this part too, right in the middle. The university, the park, and then the cemetery, like, all next to each other look really good. To, like, break up the city. Right in half, you know? That's where the hospital is too. It kind of looks like that's a nice visual there. Got a custom skyscraper here. Because I wanted to like expand inland too. I didn't just want skyscrapers like on the edge. I figured there would be a skyscraper like more inland here. So that's why I put that one there. I think that might be the only one I put though. And then eventually I might have one like here. Or maybe in here. Or maybe even up here. We always have time to think about it. So there you go. There's day 1 in River Delta. Thank you for the 2 separate raids. I got one from Corey, who I don't think is here anymore, but she came in with a raid earlier, and I really appreciate that. And then Jehudi dropped one. So, thank you both. And thanks everybody who jumped in on the raids and stuff. If you know somebody that we could raid to like share the love, let me know. You have any raid suggestions before I go? I'd like to raid somebody. That would be nice. I feel like I haven't been able to raid somebody in a little bit. Cause sometimes I don't do it. Cause sometimes I just have to go. You know, I gotta like get up and run. But we have the time to raid somebody. You like Farrakha? Farrakha Jericho? What's he playing? Do you know what he's playing? Nia? Maddie Braun is doing a subathon? Okay. He's on day 7 of a subathon. Yeah, add that to a list of things I would never do. Although I don't really care about subs. I mean, I appreciate when you guys do it. It's just not, you know my priorities here. It's just having fun. That's all I care about. Sharing my passions, making people laugh, and having a blast. That's what I'm all up to. So, if you want to spread some good vibes, let's go to Matty Braun.